right, hello everyone. Just give me a moment to get the chat working on my phone, and to get some background music going for us as well. All right. How's everyone doing today? So what we're gonna do the song that I was testing with was halfway through. There we go. Let's start it over. So what's gonna happen? I've decided to launch channel memberships, and so part of that will be the main thing of that actually was going to be that channel members will get some badges and emotes to show off during stream chat, during I think you can use them in comments as well, so that kind of thing. Hi Indigo. And so what we're gonna do today is we're gonna make something. I only have 5 hours, and there are six emotes and one badge that I want to make. So I do kind of have to rush through it a little bit. So I may not like fully finish every single one. Hi Chuggy, welcome. So some will be easier, some will take longer, but I'm aiming for an average of about 40 minutes per emote or badge to make sure that I can get through most of them in the 5 hours that I have to stream. If I finish sooner, great. If I don't quite finish, I will tidy them up throughout the week. So I really hope that Photoshop doesn't crash today, because I have so many windows open that it would be a pain in the ass to set it up again. Hi Castform, welcome back. I don't know why I said welcome back, but welcome. So let's start. We're gonna start with this one. We're gonna start with Ice Cube, or as I like to call it, Ice Cream. Oh, I should also point out, please let me know if the audio is good, if the audio levels are good, if you can hear me and you can hear the music. I can actually hear the music this time, unlike the last time that I put on background music. I had no idea what was playing. This time I can hear it. But you do let me know if there's a song that you really don't like, because, you know, if there's whatever reason, I'll happily skip it. It's just on shuffle or surprise me, I think is what it was called. So yeah, I have not chosen these songs, so yeah. So hello Alex as well. You know what, I forgot to double check what oh yeah, the zoom here. Okay, things might get a little bit messed up as I fix this. Well, maybe not. Is this? Ah, perfect. This is perfect size. Okay, so what you're seeing it as is you're seeing it at 100% size. I'm going to be zooming in and out. You're going to always see it at 100% size. You were at the Rhyhorn Ride-On redesign team, so technically you're back. Okay, fair enough. That isn't what I was thinking of when I said welcome back. I honestly, I mean, I thought that you'd been at streams before, but I wasn't like specifically thinking, oh hey, Castform is here again. It was just Castform is here, but for some reason I said welcome back. Anyway, Tadeus, is that the correct pronunciation for your name? Welcome. So we're gonna start with this one because this emote is one that I designed for my friend Ethan from Chicago. But this was one of the iterations that I did for him, and he didn't. It wasn't quite what he was looking for. In the end, people liked it so much, and he liked it so much that he did end up using it. But we came to an agreement, and I'm going to use it as well. But because I've actually done an Ice Cube redesign, I'm going to edit this one. I'm going to basically keep the exact same head, but I'm going to change it so that it is my redesigned Ice Cube. So that really just means the pattern on the chest, the collar fluff, and the color of the hands, and I guess I'll put a little cube at the end of the hair. But that's it. That's all that this is. That's all that I'm doing with this one. The other emotes, most of them I don't have anything that's already started, so this is just like, this one's almost ready, let's get it out of the way. But yeah. Alright. So yeah, so hands, chest, and collar is all I need to change here. I'm not sure if I should like try to do the entire drawing in one go, like to try to actually polish all of them, or if I should just do the sketch and you know, only I should do only do the sketch and, you know, just kind of get through, make sure that I can get through all of them rather than trying to polish all of them and then maybe not finishing. That might not be as interesting. I don't know. What do you guys think? Hi, Jern. We're killing you tonight? It's not my fault that Ethan, well, actually, I don't know if Ethan is still going, but Ethan clearly didn't care about my stream time. I assume that's what you're talking about, because you always have, like, too many streams to watch. And I was at Ethan's stream until a few minutes ago. If it was just the two of us, you could handle it. There's way too many streams that you want to watch. I guess for this one, because this one is just an edit, I don't really need to, like, I don't need to spend much time on it anyway. So for this one, maybe it's worth doing the whole thing. And polishing it up and everything, getting it ready to go. For the other ones, because I haven't, like, I know what I want, but I haven't even bothered sketching any of them yet. So those might take longer to actually finish. There's at least 6 other streams I'd be 100% inclined to watch right now if any of you weren't live. Well, I appreciate that you're here. Oh, I should point out, on the right of the big drawing, you can see the preview of what it looks like small. On a white background, on a black background. And so for the most part, that's not really going to be helpful while I'm sketching. It's only really going to be helpful when I'm, like, coloring and making sure and putting like color on the outlines to make sure that there's enough contrast. Like in the case of this one, the black wings do kind of merge into the black background, but it's not too big a deal because what matters is the melting face, and the melting face is still there. So it's just there for preview purposes. It's not really going to affect... it's probably not going to change very much, and I need to like manually update it, so it's... If it was something that happened automatically, that would be great, but it isn't. I have to manually update it, so probably not going to bother updating it too frequently. The vibe I get from Ice Cream is the same I get from that gingerbread man meme. He screams where he does not know. Oh yeah, a gingerbread man sits in a gingerbread house is from a Cyanide and Happiness comic. A gingerbread man in a gingerbread house is the house made of flesh, or is the man made of houses? Something like that. He screams where he does not know. It's a great one. It's one of my favorite Cyanide and Happiness comics. So, I think I have to... I'm gonna have to like redo the coloring entirely. Except for the head. The head itself, not gonna change, but... I'm probably gonna have to redo all of the coloring, so I might as well just delete it. Head, you can stay. What is this unnamed layer? Oh, it's just nothing. It's just a scrap layer. Okay. Oh, this is the lighter face lines that I had before. I also don't need it. Okay. Is the ice cube made of ice, or is the igloo made of heads? Oh dear. Yeah, that's scary. I don't have the big igloo, the like Gigantamax Ice Cube version on screen today. Oh, I gotta make sure I get the size right. That seems good enough. Actually, I think I do need it to be semi-transparent. I need it to be a little bit lighter so that I can actually see what the differences are. And same with this one. Need to be able to see what I'm doing. There, that'll do, that'll do. Oh, I think this happened when I drew the actual ice cube as well. I have to like simplify the jagged lines more than I expect. That's okay. This might actually be too thick. Let's try this one. Okay, that seems more consistent with the other outlines. Are you gonna make the cube on the head melty too? Oh, that's actually a good idea. I hadn't thought about that. I don't think I'll make it melty, but I can make it like a misshapen cube. I think if I put too much detail in it, it would be a bit much. But maybe something like that. Yeah, so even though I have ideas of what I'm going to do with each of these emotes, because I haven't like sketched anything out, like I haven't exactly planned it. So if you have ideas, feel free to let me know. So just to give you like the quick rundown of what all of them are going to be. So there's the melting face ice cube, because existential dread is perfect. There's going to be a happy Umbreon that's just like general positive vibes. There's going to be a Ralt eating a cupcake to reference Indigo, whose favorite Pokemon is Ralts, and also our Pokebake tradition, I suppose. Our history of having bacon going on in the background of streams hasn't happened a lot recently, because I've been streaming on days that Indigo isn't working, or that Indigo is working. So not a lot of baking happening in the background recently, but it used to happen a lot. And so that also gives a nice like hunger, you know. Feeling peckish kind of emote that works too. A Psyduck with a headache for like annoying, frustrating moments kind of thing. Those are the 4 kind of base emotes that the channel members will get like to start. And then there's also going to be 1 badge, and it's going to be a book with an Umbreon motif, and so that just shows up next to your name. Then there's 2 more badges, or 2 more emotes that I'm going to do because they get unlocked, those slots get unlocked fairly quickly. Like it only takes 2 channel members to unlock the 5th emote and 5 channel members to unlock the 6th one. So I just want to make sure that I have those prepared ahead of time. And so there's going to be one that's the Escape Unknown, one of the classic redesigns that I did. And, you know, I have the t-shirt with it and everything. And then the Bear Arceus is the other one. So, new and 51 Psyduck, yeah, for sure. New and 51 Psyduck, for sure. Both because, well, the main reason is just that I want to have some new and 51 rep in the emotes. There will probably be other new and 51 designs that make it into later emotes, but I've only planned these 6 emotes, and so anything that happens after that, it'll be more with the input from the people who actually become channel members. This is the one I wanted to hide. Okay. That looks good. Okay. I think that's it. I mean, I need to, in terms of the outlines, I think that's it. I need to clear out the little corner of the head. So... yeah, that looks good. Okay. Can't wait for the cupcake eating routes. That'll be... yeah, that should be fun. Is the head going to be visible? You mean like the head inside of the head? No, because I think that would be too much detail to come through and look good in the really small versions. So, unfortunately, no. Although I did like that element of the original, well, not original, of the, that's the problem, of the Ice Cube design that I did. I do like that feature, but I'm not going to include it here because I think it's too much detail. As usual, I keep doing things on the wrong layer. But if only Photoshop doesn't crash today, I will be happy. Like, that's enough for me today. Today, I don't care if I draw things on the wrong layer. Photoshop not crashing is some utopian sci-fi stuff. I mean, Photoshop doesn't always crash. It does frequently, though. If it crashes towards the end of the stream, then I'll have, like, fewer windows to reopen. That's already an improvement, so I'll be on the lookout for that. I'll be okay with that. Trying to like actually remember what does this design look again? What does it look like? Where do the colors belong? It always crashes for you eventually. It for me it happens a lot on this computer. On my work computer it almost never happens. InDesign crashes, but Photoshop not so much. But of course, this the computer that I use for streaming, and so this one kind of matters too. I got worried at the end. I didn't want to end immediately, so I went half an hour into your stream. That's fine. I understand. I was there. I was still I was around when the raid happened, so I get it. I also didn't want to like, because normally I'd be like, all right, time for my stream. I gotta go. Bye. But you had a whole bunch of new people, and I didn't want it to seem like I was, you know, trying to steal your thunder or whatever. Trying to take people away from your stream. So, yeah, I also didn't say anything about that. How do I want to do this? Glad we're on the same page. Me too. Well, I'm also glad that we're on the same page about this emote. I appreciate you agreeing to let me use it, even though you also decided to use it in the end. Stream kind of exploded at that last part. It was almost too social for you. Chern, don't you go to streams for like people that get like hundreds of people watching? Can you really say that it's too social for you? If you're willing to put up with that? Now I'm only watching 7 streamers simultaneously. Much better. We all scream for ice cream. That's your official statement on everything regarding this emote. Yes. The colors... Okay, yes, the wrist is lighter than the chest. I had to double check that. So, this looks good. I basically just have to color the chest, or the color of the body as a whole, I guess, and the ice cube at the top. Let's not forget that. Oh, do I still have the palette? I do, and I even have stuff on the palette that I don't actually... Actually, wait, that palette... That's not the palette for this one. Okay, well... Let's create a new palette. For some reason I thought I still had, or I thought that I had, a working palette with the colors for this emote already, but I guess not. Okay, I think that's all the colors I need. There's one stream with over 100 people that I watch. It's the source of my emotions. Do you mean the emotes? Yes. I assume you meant emotes, but I am aware of that. What's his name? Steve? He seems like a nice person. That's really all I can say. I've only watched like a couple of his videos, but he seems like a nice guy. BRB gonna have you up. I don't know what that means, Ethan. Oh, actually, Ethan, I'm not connected to voice chat, but if you feel like joining me on voice chat, let me know. I didn't bother connecting because I wasn't sure how long you intended to continue streaming for, so... but yeah, just let me know. By the way, everyone, you should go check out Ethan from Chicago on Twitch. Ethan is a variety streamer, plays Pokemon, as well as other things. But they're really fun. Pokemon, Mario, recently been playing Breath of the Wild, which is my favorite game, so it's been a lot of fun watching that. Yeah, so you guys should go check them out. Ethan's stream just now was a wild ride. Yes, Ethan was playing Pokemon Snap. And it was definitely a time. I wanted to keep, I was planning to keep the collar shading to just the one color and white, but I don't think that's gonna work because it's just, oh, there we go. Because it's just, it's too high contrast, and then when it gets to, like, the wrist, it wouldn't quite work. This is actually taking longer than I expected. I am almost finished, so, like, it's okay. But it's taking up the entire 40 minutes that I have allotted for this emotes, so I have a feeling we're not going to actually finish any of the other ones. Stopped looking at my viewers and it really helped. That's fair. I'm definitely gonna have to shape, like, allow some color to be on the arm here. Otherwise it'll just lose its shape entirely. On the arm and probably on the body right below it as well. That looks better. Oh, I see. I forgot that I had something on a different layer than on something else. That's okay. There we go. So now I think I just need to color the outlines. Some of them are already done. I'm gonna have to clean it up a bit though, naturally. Hey 002, welcome, and hey, your boy Wispy, happy birthday, welcome. Like I usually keep checking how many viewers I have, but I have stopped, which helped me get my mood going. That's fair, yeah, I understand the impulse to like want to know how many people are watching, but I also know how it can be, like, it can be distracting, honestly. It can get in the way of your enjoyment of whatever you're playing or doing or whatever. So that was probably a good call. Ah! What did I do? I don't even know what exactly I did there. But it's okay because it's fixed. Alright. I think this is it for this one. Let's just update the save, and we'll update the preview, see how it looks. Okay, so I think it looks good over both. It maybe looks a little bit weird how the chest is jagged. But I think it looks good. What do you guys think? Do you think the preview that it, like in the small size, do you think it looks good? It should be pretty much 100% view for you, so it should be at the exact size that it would show up on your screen regardless. Is that part of the blue on the body supposed to be overlapping the outline? Part of the blue on the body is supposed to be overlapping the outline. If you mean on the far left, on the chest, right? In that case, yes, because that's just the color of the outline in that part. It does look a little bit too light, maybe. So maybe it would be better to change it and just to make it a gray outline like the rest that's surrounding it. The hands look like they are connected to the belly. You mean the like shape of them being like folded up towards the neck doesn't come through enough in the small? I guess I can see that, but I don't know that that particularly matters in this case. Yeah, on like the really small ones, on the 28 pixel ones, I think it looks okay anyway, and I don't think that it can look much better. On the 56 pixel ones, like maybe if I make the highlighted part of the flippers a little bit thicker, that might help, that might make enough of a difference there. I can also make the outlines actually be counter shaded so that there's more contrast even on a black background. So let's try that actually. So I'm gonna make this gray again because I do think it's a little bit too light. And then the outlines. So basically I'm going to make the outlines that are, for the outlines of the black parts that touch the outside, I'm going to make them lighter, and the outlines that don't touch the outside get to stay their current color. So this should help. Should help give it a bit more definition when it's on a dark background. Let's see that. Yeah, I think that looks better. It still like doesn't make enough of a difference on the really small ones, but on the bigger one on the dark background, I think it looks good. I think it comes through better this way. Are these going to be added to the Discord too? Because this looks really similar to the one you have in the library, just updated. It is. Well, this is the same one. This is just an edit of the one that's already in the Discord, because the one that's in Discord is the one that I initially made for Ethan. This is edited to specifically be the redesigned iSkew that I did. So yes, this will replace the one that we already have in Discord, and all of the other ones that I'm going to make today will also be added to Discord. So you guys can let me know if you think that it still needs a little bit more polish, but because it's already 12:45, it's time to move on to the next one. Checking, yes, I do have a Discord server. It is mostly private for patrons, and it will include channel members as well. So if you become a channel member, once that launches next week, you'll be able to join. If you become a patron, you automatically join. And there's a few other ways that you can join. In previous channel update videos. Sometimes I put the link in the description. Sometimes if you give like super chats, I will make an effort to reach out to you in some other way to share the link to the Discord. So yeah, but it is because the problem is that I don't do well in large communities, so I just need a way to gate like the size of the community and people who have contributed to the channel, have supported the channel. This is a good way to do that. All right, so I'm gonna move on to the next one. We're gonna do an Umbreon, and I have to actually remember to switch the window, not just for me, but for you as well, and because that's actually two separate things I need to do. Okay, it moved successfully. So this Umbreon here is only on here as a reference. This is an Umbreon that I drew years ago at this point. It's been part of my channel branding for a while, but it's really only here as a reference while I sketch what I actually want to do. So I want to make an Umbreon face that looks happy and is probably wearing the Pokeball hat that you often see me wear. So this is like my fursona, I guess. My Pokesona, as they say. But I want to make it look happy, and I don't know if how successfully I'll be able to do that. Actually, I'm just gonna hide the reference for now. Thankfully, because I've made emotes for Ethan, I have some practice drawing hats. Happy Umbreon feels rarer than it's shiny. Could we do a pose where its eyes are closed and its head is tilted somehow? That might kind of enforce the happy Umbreon. Oh, like... Okay, I think I get the expression that you mean. We can try that. I don't know if I can do the tilted head all that clearly. I mean, I guess I could do it if I did it straight on, but that wasn't really how I was picturing it. Yeah, there's that as a possibility. This is more of a This is a more excited Umbreon, I guess. Oh, like a kawaii face with like the cat mouth. I could try that. That feels more like a cute emote rather than a happy emote. And we are gonna have the Ralts emote to be the cute emote. What else do I want to try here in terms of different expressions, different positions? I guess I could try one that looks more like more excited, maybe? Actually, I mean, that already does look pretty excited, so... The one that I have already looks pretty excited, so... I guess I could try a version where it's, or multiple versions, where it's more facing forward. This definitely ends up leaning even more, I think, into the like cute look as opposed to a happy look. One eye closed, one looking up. So like it's winking, I guess, is what you're suggesting, Alex. Definitely cute. Which is fine. Like obviously it's totally okay for it to look cute, but I feel like it's less of a generic, well, not generic, I don't want it to be generic, but like general happy vibes. Fun fact, Gen 9's Grass' second stage will be Pokemon number 900. Or so you think. the other thing is that it has to not just look like, and not just look happy, but actually look like me. Not in the sense of like resembling me, but in the sense of like being the emote that generally represents my channel, the like my vibe, basically. And like these ones, for example, I like them. I like the expressions, but I don't know if it really gets across the UmbreonLibris vibe. And like I don't know what it needs to be to look like me, to look like my vibe, but that's what I'm going for. Like, if I actually wanted it to look like me, I would probably also want to give it glasses. You know, but I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that's really what I'm looking for. It's not like, it's not supposed to really be a Pokesona. It's supposed to just be an Umbreon, a shiny Umbreon that looks happy and is wearing a Pokeball hat. Try adding the facial hair. There. Is that what you wanted? This is definitely not what I'm gonna go with, and I'm even gonna delete the layer again. It'd have to be white hair or something. This thing is as black as to be called Blackie in Japanese. Yeah, well, I don't have white hair, so I'm definitely not going to do that. I'm not that old. I think I like this just kind of... This first expression that I did, like obviously I need to adjust the eyes and stuff. But I think this is actually the one that's, so far at least, the closest to what I was picturing. Although I like this one too. I just... With this one, mostly I worry about it being too small, because there's too much wasted space with the position of the ears, which I can adjust, of course. I'm gonna refine this one. What did I do? Oh, I see what I accidentally did. Gotcha. maybe blonde hair. Well, I don't know if you can tell, but I also do not have blonde hair. Maybe you've noticed. What do you think? Some blonde people turns as dark with ages to not be noticed that is blonde. That usually happens very young though. Here in Spain, I've never seen anyone that has those pretty light blonde hair colors that Germanic people have. Yeah, it's... Well, not everyone is gonna get those and keep those. My sister, like, I was born with lighter hair, but very quickly it became dark. My sister had the opposite. She was born with darker hair, and very quickly it became lighter. So that's part of it, I guess. Once saw a man with that hair walking around, and he was speaking English. I think I want to adjust the position of the hat, but like other than that, I'm pretty okay with this. I'm pretty happy with his expression, but what and I think I still need to like adjust the eyes and stuff. Like there's stuff to fix, but in terms of the expression, I think I'm happy with it. What do you guys think? Did you prefer one of the other ones as just like a basic, happy look? I think I should make the face rounder, like the shape of the head. What exactly does it need to be rounder? Do you mean like I should flatten the nose because I did pull it out? I kind of feel like it's fairly round. Yeah, it's fairly round already. Okay, you mean flatten the nose? Okay. Yeah. I can adjust the shape of the eyes a little bit too. Okay. I'm gonna like basically redraw this, but with all the parts on different layers, so that I can more easily adjust the individual pieces. Oh, oops. Not saying that it looks bad. No, I get it. It doesn't have to look bad to be able to be improved. I gotta head out. Got people trying to drag me out. Thanks for a chill start. 2023 trip around the sun. Thanks for being here, Wispy. Hopefully you enjoy your birthday. Umbreon is the only dark type Pokemon that is a darkness elemental, now that I think about it. Vaporeon is also a water elemental. Well, all of the Eevee evolutions are like pure representations of their concepts, right? Of their types. Umbreon Pog? I hope not. That's certainly not the intention here. It's just supposed to be happy. You can be happy without doing a stereotypical Twitch face. It was just a matter of time. Did you see the inspiration of Embor? It's the sidekick of Infernape. That's how much it's worth not having a non-fighting fire starter. The sidekick of the last... That's how much is worth not having a firefighting fire starter. The sidekick of the last firefighting starter. Embor is Infernape's sidekick. I don't think Embor is Infernape's sidekick. Maybe the inspirations work out that way, but I don't think Embor is Infernape's sidekick. Infernape is the one that deserves to be a sidekick, if anyone else. I'm with Charon. Embor is really cool. I'm confused. I don't know what it's selecting. Oh, this is probably just leftovers from when I deleted the previous. The previous palette that I had. So, I like Umbreon to have real big ears, but I'm wondering if I need to make the ears smaller again, because I just adjusted the proportions, but I'm wondering if I need to make the ears smaller again to make it, you know, actually look like, so that the head isn't too small, basically, so the head isn't too small when we see it in its real size. People seeing Embor, oh, for F's sake, me seeing Embor, oh, maybe fire starters don't all suck. Look, I like Blaziken a lot, but Ambor is really cool. Infernape is the one that sucks. Okay, I'm happy with the way this looks. I'm gonna... go with it. If you have an objection to the way that this looks, speak now. Or complain about it later. But preferably, speak now. Umbreon's jaw isn't dropping hard enough. Okay, so that's a good thing. Maybe the ears can be down. If the ears... Well, if I had the ears, like, folded flat, it wouldn't look happy anymore. If I had the ears more backwards, it might still look happy, but I think the ears would be taking up too much space. What I can do is make the ears smaller, but I think Umbreon looks really weird with small ears, so I don't want to do that if I can get away with not doing that. People might think it's just happy. Oh, well, perfect then. Okay, it is just meant to be happy. This is just happy Umbreon. So I'm gonna go with what I have. Ethan's gonna complain later. Okay. You can complain later. I would rather you didn't, but you can complain later if you really have to. Okay, yeah, I can keep working on this one for a little longer. I'll do the final lines of this one and then we'll move on to the Ralts. Have you ever seen beta female Umbreon? The ears were too small. The ears were really, really small. Yes, and I didn't like it. And to be honest, I'm glad that they changed pretty much all of those because they were all terrible. They all looked like fan-made male-female Pokemon variants that are like, oh, well, here's a chestnut where instead of wearing armor, the armor is a skirt. You know, because it's the girl. Those are really stupid, and that's the vibe that I got from a lot of those beta gender differences. So I'm really glad that that's not what they went with. Personally, kind of annoyed about all the beta stuff that's having been made popular. It's it's a little bit like, I wouldn't say that it's annoying, because it is really interesting to see the development of Pokemon. But what I don't like is the people being like, oh, this is what it should have been. And the people who are actually like stealing stuff, stealing materials from Nintendo servers, like I want to know the history, but I want them to tell it to us. And for a lot of stuff, we can't really expect them to tell us. They haven't been the most forthcoming in terms of just like being like, hey, look at this concept art for what Pokemon was going to look like before. We don't really get that. And that's too bad. But the way that the beta materials have been received encourages the people, the hackers who got it, to do it again, right? So, like, I was really into the Space World demo and the Gen 1 demo, the Pokemon Green. I was really into those, but that was before we knew what the actual source was, right? So, like, ever since we found out that it was hacked, that it wasn't a collector who happened to have it saved and wanted to share it, because that's what it was originally framed as. I'm not interested in it anymore. I mean, I'm interested in the development of Pokemon, but I don't want to find out about it like that. I don't remember any design that I generally thought that it should have been like that in the final version. There were some that I was a bit disappointed that it didn't like go in the direction that the beta seemed to be going in, like Girafarig actually being like two even halves and not just like a giraffe and then its tail. I really liked that. So like there are some things where I'm disappointed that's not, that the Girafarig that we have didn't go with that. Even though and to be clear, I love Girafarig, okay? I don't want you to think that I'm unhappy with the official Girafarig that we have. I love Girafarig. But I've seen people complaining things like, oh, Game Freak is stupid for cutting Pichu. It's, what, or not cutting Pichu, but like changing the Pichu design or whatever. So like, that's not, like, there's a reason they did it. Believe it or not, developers are not out to make you miserable. So, yeah, that's basically it. That's my feeling. All right, this is where I'm going to leave this one for now. If we have time, we'll come back to it. But, yeah, this is where I'm going to leave it. The rings and the color on the hat, they're all, I'm going to do that with just color. I'm not going to outline it. So this is where I'm going to leave it. Although what I can do, I can do the preview of it small. Obviously, it won't work with the black background, but I think the size looks pretty good. So yeah, I'm okay with it. Speaking of cutting features, I think that originally Gen 2 had a skateboard instead of a bike, or maybe both, I don't remember. Oh yeah, that was... Yeah, I don't think that... If that was in any of the betas, I don't remember, but that was definitely something that was talked about. Alright, so moving on to Ralts. So we're gonna do a cute looking Ralts holding a cupcake. Sharon wants everything to be Pog face. Ugh. And to be clear, like, I don't have anything against people who like that emote or whatever. It's just I just don't really get it because I don't really get like Twitch culture. I just don't get it. Gold in the manga uses a skateboard a lot. I haven't, like, I read like a couple of the Adventures manga like in Gen 1, but I haven't read anything since then, so I'm really not up to speed with the manga at all. Hey, can one of you give Indigo a call at work to let her know that we're working on Ralts now? And that she should come by to lend a hand? It doesn't matter that she's working, like, she can go on her break. It's fine. Something that I miss from the beta designs is Farfetch'd having an evolution. I mean, Farfetch'd got an evolution. Oh, I have to remember. I want to like consider, at least not necessarily actually do it, but I want to at least consider having one of Ralts' eyes peeking from beneath the hair. I'm gonna have to look up exactly what Ralts' eyes actually look like, though. So give me a moment while I go grab. Ah, crap. None of you told me that I didn't switch to the Ralts. See, I've been working on this, Ralts. Should I redo it so that I have the whole process recorded? I knew I was going to forget at some point. I knew that it was going to happen. But yeah, I'm going to go have a look at a reference of what Ralts' eyes look like. Let me know if you think I should start over to show the entire process. Ralts' eyes are pretty simple, pretty straightforward. So, all right, I am going to start over. I'll leave the circle that I already drew there. It's fine. That part's fine. But I'm gonna redraw everything else. They had a good criterion not adding the nailed doll. Yeah, that was probably a good call, to be honest. Yeah, no. Eyes aren't going to do it. Probably going to have to put the head back down, to be honest, because... Yeah, no, the eyes aren't going to work. It would have to be a much more, like, dynamic pose or something. Oops. Oh, I drew both arms on the same layer. Of course I did. Who recognizes the cupcake design? I was trying to put it off to the side so that it could be, so that the whole design, the whole face can be bigger. Oops. But I think it's going to look better if it's, come on, if it's down here. I guess I can make the arms smaller. Does this look too weird? What do you guys think? I need your input. Alex, you think it's cute? That's good. Maybe one of its cheeks is already stuffed. I did try that already. Oh. Hang on. Because I moved everything and I didn't. But then I changed the mouths and yeah. I didn't move the old mouth along with the rest of the drawing. I think it looks cuter going in for a bite than with a full cheek.
Give them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
Cuter going for a bite. Yeah, I thought so. Pokemobiles, you love it. I think one more thing for me to try is just make the head bigger, but keep the size of the cupcake the same. Like, I guess I can just have disembodied hands, right? Hey Aiden, so this is now the third one that we're working on, trying to come up with a Ralt that is going in for a bite, eating a cupcake. I think I want it to look cuter. I don't know what to do to make it look cuter though. It feels a little bit. It just feels like a normal Ralt. What can I do to just give it a little bit more personality? Blush cheeks, maybe. It's hard to do blush cheeks when it doesn't have eyes. But maybe. It could work. What if Ralts was shoving that cake in its face? How would it be doing that? Just... I could put some, like, crumbs next to its mouth. Although I don't think that Indigo is gonna like that. Why did I choose Ralts? Because Ralts is Indigo's favorite Pokemon, so which is also why you see Ralts in a few places on the channel. It's on the intro, and it's on the set. But maybe its mouth should be like it's munching. Do you mean the mouth that I already tried a couple of times now? Anime blissful mouth. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't know what you mean. You're gonna have to be more specific than that, because there isn't like a consistent look that's coming up. So I don't know. this mouth isn't cartoony enough. It'll be a shiny Ralts too, because actually I'm not sure if that's the one that Indigo prefers. I think it is, but I'm not sure. I'll have to check with her which color she wants the Ralts to be. Oh, with the drool shape sticking out of it. Okay, I know what you mean. But yeah, the thing is that because this is like the Indigo emote, I can't make it look too it can't be too messy. I think if it was drooling or if it had crumbs on its mouth, I think that Indigo would not approve. What if I only have one hand and then I can move it closer to the face? It needs to devour it. Yeah, Indigo's not going to go for that. Indigo's not going to approve of a Ralts that goes all out, goes to town on a cupcake. That's not going to fly. I think it looks cuter with the mouth open. I think that works better. Heart-shaped anime mouth. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I could try that. It's this kind of mouth that you're talking about, right? Yeah, that works. That works pretty well. I can make it a little bigger. It's a catch in my throat. No big deal. Maybe I do actually want the head to be like, for you to be seeing it from below a little bit, like I was drawing in the beginning, but just not draw the eyes. I'm gonna try that. Because then we can actually put this, we can put the cheeks in place, and I think it'll look okay. Even without having any eyes. I think this looks better. It would be really nice if Indigo was able to be in the chat at the moment, but yeah, there is space for the blush, exactly. To me, the typical heart mouth is like a normal open mouth, but with a heart-shaped tongue inside it. I suppose that's another option. But I like this. I think I want to play around with like the sizes of things a little bit again. But other than that, I think this is a good one. Maybe the cupcake should look a bit more cartoony, like a frosting swirl on it. That's what it is. It'll be more obvious when I draw it a little bit more cleanly, and also when there's color on it. It's also a specific reference to a cupcake design that we did way back at the start of the channel, that is supposed to look like a Pokeball, roughly. So it has like red frosting on top, and the bottom is white, and there's like a chocolate circle on it or something. So, so it's a specific cupcake as well that it's referencing, from channel history, basically. But let me draw a cleaner version of that. I'll still draw it, I think, on different layers. So I can more easily adjust their sizes and their placements later. It's still surprising that they kept with the same inspiration 2 generations. Is this evidence for the whole fire starters are based on the Zodiac thing? Like, the thing is that it's undeniable that the fire starters have been based on creatures from the Chinese Zodiac. That, to be clear, that most of them have. That not all of them, because saying that that I think the biggest one is saying that Cyndaquil, or that Typhlosion represents the rat. No. But the idea that they are like intentionally making that they're only choosing Pokemon or only choosing creatures that are on the Chinese Zodiac to make their fire starters, I don't really buy it. I don't think that that's the way it works. I think that like Charon says, I think it's coincidence. Although, like, because I think the only way for us to really know this is if they come out and say, oh yeah, so we've we've been using the Chinese zodiac for this and this reason. I don't think so. They could have looked back and noticed a pattern and ran with it. Yes, that is possible. Oh, is Gano here? Hey, Gano, welcome. What do you think of the way that this Ralts is looking? Ralts looks happy. Yeah, good. Should I draw Ralts' body? I think it'll look weird with the arm not being in the right, not really being in the right place. It's a little weird, but what do you think? Do you think that it works? Yeah, looks weird with the body, right? Alright, we'll go with this, and I'll, trying to decide whether I should go ahead with inking this one or leave it. I think you can begin lifting the cupcake with psychic powers. That's actually not a bad idea, something to try. I didn't like actually, yeah, this will be this is probably a good idea, because then I can move the cupcake to wherever, and I can probably make the head a little bit bigger still, and the cupcake, or just one or the other. Ah, I'm just trying to move just the head, but the thing is that because the head is all on different layers, it is a little bit difficult for me to select just the head without also selecting a bunch of other things. There we go. Okay, I think I got it now. And I think I want the horn a little bit... Oh, right. I accidentally drew the horn on the same layer as the bottom of the hair thing. But yeah, I think I want the horn a little bit smaller. I feel like it's just taking up too much space. Okay, I like that. I think the psychic powers could be implied. You don't have to draw them. I guess so, but I like the idea of just having it glow. But we'll see. When I put color on it, it may or may not work. I'm gonna leave this one at this stage and move on to the Psyduck. I just kind of want to get through them, get through as many of them as possible. If at the end of all of them it turns out that I actually still have time to do some more refining, I'll come back. But just because we have a couple of people that weren't around earlier, I'll just very quickly show you the ones that we've done so far. So this is the third one that we've done, the Ralts. The first one, the one that we started with, was Ice Cube. It's the same one that you already know from using on Discord and from Ethan's streams, but edited to be specifically a redesigned Ice Cube. So it has the little cube on the tip of the hair that is also melting, and it has the patterns and the collar from the redesign. And then the other one is the other one that we've done is Umbreon. Just a happy Umbreon wearing the Pokeball hat. Nothing too special about it. Obviously, this version that you're seeing doesn't have like the rings and stuff on it. Doesn't have any of the color yet either. But it's just supposed to be happy. I'm not 100% on the eyes, actually. Now that I look at it again, I'm not 100% on the eyes. Maybe I'll adjust it when I'm, like, polishing it up. But for now, I'm going to leave it at that. And then there was Umbreon, and then there was Ralts, and now we move on to Psyduck. And look, I actually remembered to put this, to change which one is on screen. The idea for the Psyduck one is, like, it's basically going to look exactly like this, except cropped to the face only, and drawn in a different style, obviously, but, like, same pose. I'm not even really gonna bother, like, sketching this one out. I'm just gonna, it's my own drawing, I'm gonna draw right over it. I'm gonna plagiarize from myself. And yes, that is a real thing. That is a thing that you can actually do. But in this case, I don't think anyone's gonna complain. The concept for the Psyduck one is that it's a Psyduck with a headache. And so it's like something that's painful, that's frustrating, for that kind of emotion. At Gano's suggestion on Discord a while ago, we're probably going to replace or somehow modify the vein on the head to be like the like angry red, the like star, to really sell that. But what if your past you sues present you? Oh, that would be something, you know, like that would be, I think that if that's what I need to risk, it's worth it, because if it comes down to past me suing present me, then that means that we have time travel. And so it's totally worth it to find out that time travel is in fact possible. I am totally okay with being sued by myself if it means that we find out that actually we have time travel now. What if future you goes back in time to make past you sue present you? Again, it means we have time travel. I'm okay with it. Avengers Endgame 2. Oh, Avengers Infinity War. Yeah. Future Libris will educate past Libris. Maybe. Maybe future Libris will travel back in time to tell past Libris that present Libris was copying him, was plagiarizing him. But we'll also be like, but here's why that's okay. What? Wait, Infinity War was time travel? Yeah. Or am I getting them mixed up? Because you said Endgame 2. That's actually, I think that's it. Yeah, Endgame is the last one, isn't it? Yeah. So the thing is that you said Endgame 2, so I was thinking of the second one, because it's like, to me they're a two-part movie, right? So when you said Endgame 2, I thought of, the way I interpreted that was the movie that comes after Endgame, and because they're a two-parter, I thought Infinity War. But, no, Infinity War doesn't have time travel? Not really. But Endgame does. I think that's where I got confused. Time travel always ruins the stories for me. Time travel is really, really good if it's done right. The thing is that very few people can do it right. And Avengers, in fact, all of the Marvel movies, they have a stupid tendency. They have a stupid tendency to set up rules and be like, this is how the universe works. Which is fine. Like, even if it's kind of a stupid rule, you're establishing that that's the rule. That's the way it works. Therefore, fine. But then, they break their own rules. And that is really annoying. Endgame wasn't really time travel, it was more universe hopping to universes that were similar to past times. Well, except not, because Steve stays in the past and ends up in the present. So, like, that's one of their own inconsistencies. They're like, oh, we'll go to the past of other universes and, like, we'll return the stones so in the end so that it doesn't affect their timelines, blah, blah, blah. But if that was the case, Steve couldn't just, like, wait his time out and end up in the same universe as everyone else. I should actually draw the color difference, just kind of demarcate where it goes. Just realized that Endgame is over 2 years old. Yeah, time flies, even in time travel. Okay, which one do you think is better? Having the, like, obviously it's going to be yellow underneath, but, like, having, like, a solid red to be the vein, or having it outlined and probably also kind of colored in red inside, so that it's, like, both vein and, like, anger symbol. Because, like, a more traditional anger symbol would be, I think, a 4-sided one. Something like that. but because I want to keep the reference to the vein, I think that the three-sided one works pretty well. I could do one that just like replaces it entirely and just does like, you know, something that actually goes outside of the head and everything, and then it can be really big. But I don't know, I think I want to keep the vein motif from the original, from the design that we did. Which one do you prefer? Outlines look better, okay. Outlined. Time travel is impossible. Invents time travel, goes back in time, slaps yourself. Yes. Outlined. Okay, we'll go with that one. For me, this one. For me, like, I have a very specific. Actually, okay, there's two very specific takes on time travel that I like. One of them is the past and the future are fixed. So if you travel to the past and you change something, or you think that you're changing something, it turns out that that was how it happened all along. So this is like how Harry Potter does it for most of the time. You know, in Prisoner of Azkaban, I think, they do it really well. It's done really well. Like, all of the things that they go back in time to do are things that they noticed, or that they're like, oh, we are the ones that did that, right? So like, so that was done really well, and there's a few other instances where it's like that as well. But it's like, the past and the future are fixed. If you go back in time to do something, you're on the exact same timeline, and therefore you don't actually change anything. You just experience it from a different perspective. The other option that I also think works really well is if you, is that like every time you'd go back in time, you are creating a new timeline. So you go back in time, now that timeline branches off. It has the same like starting points as the timeline that you were in, but you are never going back to the exact same way that things were. Like, you can't undo that change. You have diverted the river, right? The river of time, and now that's what it is. That's the new, that's existence now. The like kind of time travel that I really hate is the ones where you like go back in time and then you change something, and this is like Back to the Future, where like you have a photo of the future and the person is slowly fading. No. No. That is not how it's gonna work. Alright, because this one is a really simple one, I'm gonna leave it at that as well, and we can move on to making the channel badge. Days of Future Past. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, like, because I enjoyed Days of Future Past, but I think the time travel was, like, I enjoyed it despite the time travel, and not because of the time travel. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right, because they fade. The characters fade. Right. Yeah. Have I seen Tenet yet? No, I have not seen Tenet yet, and I have not been given any reason to why I should watch it. Without alternate timelines or fixed futures, there's no consistency possible. Exactly! Exactly, and because the thing is that the majority of stories that use time travel don't follow either of those, or not strictly at least, and so it's really difficult. So okay, anyway, let's move on to the badge. So this is like what would show up next to your name. So if you become a channel member, this will show up next to your name to tell everyone that you are a channel member. The idea is to basically make it a book that will it'll be a book with an Umbreon motif. This is from Pokemon Masters. This is an item in Pokemon Masters. And I'm just going to use it as a reference for like the shape of it, because I think it's pretty much exactly what I want. And then we'll decorate it with an Umbreon motif somehow. Not entirely sure yet what that'll be. Does anyone else play Pokemon Masters? We need to make the Libris lectures about time travel emotes. We'll use it all the time. Pokemouse, you play Pokemon Masters? I love that game. It's... For me, it's like the perfect single-player experience, really. Oh, don't worry about it, Aiden. Lots of people still call me Shed. It's fine. I do prefer Libris, but don't worry too much about it. So, now I have to think about how I actually want to decorate this. What would make a good, like, something that's simple, because it needs to be really, like, understandable at a small size. So something that's simple, but that can still be easily understood as Umbreon. It doesn't have to match any of the design elements from the Pokemon Masters tome. That's only there for the pose, really. But that said, I do like the idea of having the big ring. It could be like a kind of a simplified, kind of a graphic version of an Umbreon face, with the ring. And then the eyes. I don't want just the circle though. I do want it to have something else to it. And like I can put some decorations on the spine or something like that. Another option that I thought of is to basically have an illustration of an Umbreon in silhouette. And then I guess still have the the colors for it. But yeah, something like that. A little bookmark rope. We could have that sticking out somewhere for sure. This is like a revised version of the subscriber badge that I had on Twitch. In that it was a book. It had the Umbreon ring on it, and then it also had a tail sticking out the side, almost like a almost like a bookmark. So I don't think I want to do that, but we can definitely have the little ribbon, the bookmark ribbon at the bottom or something like that. That's cool. The silhouette might be a bit hard to read since it will be small. Yes, for sure. I really like the idea of this one. How does it look if I zoom out all the way? Yeah, it's probably not gonna really look like an Umbreon. A head-only silhouette, worth trying. Sorry, I was just thinking, like, would I want it to be facing forward or facing sideways? I think facing forward is the one that makes the most sense. I wonder if I can fit... No, never mind. I was like, maybe I can fit some text on it, but no, I don't think so. I don't think that's going to work. I also find it odd that that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has a completely different take on time travel than the movies. Then again, the characters in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. have just been stupid and gotten it wrong. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was decanonized, unfortunately, so at this point it doesn't really matter anymore. This is definitely like the simplest one, the one that's going to be easiest to do. I will... not just the easiest to like actually make, but the easiest to understand what it's supposed to be when you see it next to someone's name. So this might be the best way to go, even though it's, in my opinion, kind of a boring one. Do you guys have any ideas or other preferences that might that I should try? Maybe add a nose to the face. I don't think it really adds anything. Maybe. Yeah, because like I don't really want it to be a face on the book, right? Like I don't want to make it. I'm not going to put pupils on the eye, so it's. I want it to be more like these are just like graphic elements. So, yeah. Evil book will eat us. Yes, the evil book will eat you. Maybe a full moon with an Umbreon in front. That might actually be simpler enough that it could work. This might actually be one that's worth trying small, like seeing what the preview looks like. Maybe write member on the book under the symbol. I think it's gonna be too small for that because it's this is like the line of the height of a line of text. So text on this isn't gonna come through very well. Why do I keep doing... I always fill them in black before filling them in white, which is what I actually want. So, okay, let's have a look at what this one looks like. Oops. Huh? Why isn't it giving me the option to quick export? Well, I guess I'll just have to do it in a way that's going to show the background, but that's okay. Okay, so this looks okay. The amount of detail here, I think, works. Looking at the preview. I'm going to go through all of them, but you guys can tell me which ones you like, which ones you think work best. As much as I like this one, in the really small version, it doesn't work. In the really small version, it's too small. This one works okay, probably works better than the other one. I think works. I mean, it definitely works better than the silhouette. Maybe works a little bit better than the simple face. This one I'm not even going to try because it's not going to work. And let's try this one. Oh, did I? Oh, okay. There you go. This one might work too. I think I would have to change the illustration to be more... I'd have to make sure that the illustration is detailed enough that it actually comes across as an Umbreon, because on the really small one it doesn't quite do that at the moment. I think that the ones that I think work the best so far are this one and this one. But what do you guys think? I know you guys are talking about dragons, but I need your input here. I'm sorry to pull you away from dragons. Thoughts? Eyes and ring. Yeah, the simplest one. The head is the best of the two. I do like that having the head, like, I like it being more than just eyes and the ring. Like, if there's something else that I can add, not necessarily like a part of an Umbreon, like not putting a nose on and not, you know, drawing the ears on or something, but just maybe I can just embellish this one a little bit more, and then it'll work. But I'm definitely between the face and the head. Aiden, you like the moon silhouette? I think the moon silhouette, like, you can actually see it now. Oh, I just realized it's not at 100% for you. Because I edited the... Ah, crap. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to fix this now, hang on. Okay. I was just moving a window around in Photoshop and I accidentally merged the two sets of windows, the two groups of windows that I had, but I need them to be separate. I need them to stay separate, so... My bad. Okay, good enough. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot that I'd have to do this part first. Okay, so now you can actually see this at its full size. And the preview size for you is pretty much the size that it would actually look on your device. Some stripes on the spine, that's definitely doable. I feel like it needs something below the face. I could do the same, like, so what are they called? If I pull up the reference image again. Oh, none of you are, oh, I see. So I could do the kind of embellishment that they have on the edges here, for example, and the spine. I don't want to do like exactly the same, but something like that is an option. I'll put this at 100% opacity so you guys can see it well. What about the word Libros? Libros is a fairly simple word, so it could work. But I think that it's going to be too... it's going to be too small to be legible for anyone to know what it says. I'll try it because it is a shorter word, unlike other words that were suggested before. Oh, I see. Sorry, I had the wrong window selected. I was zooming for you and not for me. It was the opposite of what I wanted to do. I'm gonna have to improve my hand lettering if we decide to do that, but yeah, like it's perfectly legible in the larger size. That's like the size if you use it by itself on Discord, for example. It's perfectly legible at that size, but at the really small size it isn't. Okay, let's do this one, and I'll just find some ways to embellish embellish the design nicely. We can definitely put some details on the spine. Now the spine looks like the ears. Yeah, yeah. That is pretty much what I was going for. Going for that look. Actually, instead of that, I'm gonna, because those, if this was a real book, those would be like metal things on the edge. But if I do something like this, it might actually frame it better, and then it's just a design element. Okay. I like this. I'm gonna clean it up a little bit though. You can turn that into moon-shaped lines. Like the framing. Yeah, it could be like crescent moons. I'll try that when I'm doing this next set of cleanup. I am a person who is actually a Ditto, who is actually a Zoroark, who is actually a Mew. This rabbit hole of what is and isn't a dragon, which I think is what you're talking about, but I kind of got lost. It's going a little deep. I don't know if you guys can see this. You probably can't. I'm setting up the symmetry thing here, and because I have to deal with perspective as well. I don't know how well this is gonna work. Yeah, this is okay. No symmetry. Symmetry off. Although when I'm doing the final one, I could actually do the design flat and then transform it into place. That might actually work the best before I ink it. Actually, yeah, no, I'll do it afterwards. Yeah, I like this. What do you guys think? I'll export the... Actually, before I do that, I'm just gonna make the lines a little bit thicker. Yeah, okay. What do you guys think? I can do shiny Umbreon colors. So here's what I'm thinking, because I can have different. I can have different badges based on how long a person has been a member for. And so what I'm thinking is that it'll be a regular Umbreon for people who just started, and then maybe like after some number of months, it turns into a shiny one. Like, I don't know, like 6 months or something like that, or yeah. I don't want to put it at like a year, because that seems like a lot for a channel that's existed for 3 years. It's like, oh, you have to stick around until, like, you have to stick around an entire year and then you get the shiny. Nah, you maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months. That seems more reasonable. Eevee Umbreon, shiny Umbreon. Maybe. But because I don't want to put too much emphasis on like how long you've been around. Like other channels have done this, and like the badges for True Green 7 is like it starts with an egg and then it just like slowly grows, right? But I don't know. I kind of just want to be like, because I only have one level of membership. I just want to be like, these people are my members. That's it. And then just like maybe something special for the people who have been members for a really long time, but that's it. So I think that that I want it to just be like everyone has the same one, unless you've been around for a really long time. Then you get a special one. So okay, so this will probably be regular Umbreon colors, and then there will be a variant with shiny Umbreon colors. I have 2 more hours, so I want to get through the next 2 emotes, and then we'll have some time at the end. I think we'll be able to get through the next 2 pretty quickly, and so we might want to go back and polish up one of them. I can leave that choice up to you. But we're going to move on now to the first emotes that'll be like unlocked when there's a certain number of members. I think the first unlock, so the 5th emote, gets unlocked with just 2 members. And that's what and for that, we're gonna do the unknown. So, just gonna make sure that it changed. All right, in your view as well as in mine. So, I think most people that are still around today, like Sharon and Ethan, will probably remember this. Maybe Didac was around at the time as well, because you've been around for a long time. But most people that are around now do not remember this. Most people probably did not watch the unknown redesign. So I'll just give you a quick rundown of what the idea was, because the idea that we came up with in the end, I won't bog you down with the idea that I started with, because that got changed, but the idea that we ended up with is that every Pokemon, there's an unknown form for every Pokemon, and the unknown form has a specific meaning that is like the quintessential description or the quintessential element or aspect that Pokemon is known for. And then the idea was that you could put those unknown forms together to make more complex words and more complex sentences, and we even had an idea where like the eye of the unknown is looking towards the other the other symbols that it's related to. So if you have 2 symbols side by side, but the eyes aren't like pointing at each other, then you know to read them separately. Whereas if they're looking at each other, you know that they are actually, it's like a compound word and they're referring to the same thing. And I love that idea. This, in case you can't recognize it, it was like last month, yeah. Yes, last month. So this, in case you can't recognize it, this is a Wimpod. So this was my favorite of the unknown designs that we came up with. There were a few others that I really liked, but this was my favorite one. And so this is Wimpod representing escape. And during the stream, what we did was that we came up with the unknown symbols to make all of the words, all of the commands in the Ruins of Alph. And so there's one of the ruins in Pokemon Crystal, I think it just says escape, but it's specifically referring to the escape rope. And so we had the Ekans unknown to represent rope, and then we had the Wimpod unknown to represent escape. So it's like and of course we drew them looking at each other and everything. So you're like, okay, rope and running away. Okay, the rope that gets you out of here, it's the escape rope. So you'd be able to figure it out that way. But I really like this one. So this is like to get out of here. This is run, however you want to interpret it. Yeah. This is just like my favorite one. And the idea for the emote here is basically I'm just going to redraw this in the same style as all the other ones. And then like maybe put an exclamation mark because this is like you're surprised and you're running the hell out of there. I think we forgot to consider Wimpod's feelings back in the day. No! Imagine your entire existence being considered as that guy that flees the scene to the point where there's a living symbol to represent it. Is that not literally what Wimpod is, though? Look. If you like the idea, if you like this unknown idea and you want to see how we got there and more of that idea, you can watch the video summary of the stream. It's really long. It's like 20-25 minutes long if I remember correctly. It's a bit much, to be honest. But if you're watching it for the first time, which obviously I am not, it'll work. It'll be good. Poor Wimpod. But it's like the most iconic one. In exchange for being known as the one that gets the hell out of there as soon as things turn bad, you get to be the most iconic one of the bunch. At least, in my opinion. Did you have a different one that you liked better, Charon? Do you remember all the ones that we came up with? Oh yeah, also, this design is available on a t-shirt, and this unknown is also present on the channel intro. So there's a few different things that that this unknown is still referencing, even though it's been a couple of years. You watched that video like 5 times, Simon? Oh, thank you. I don't know if it warrants 5 times. You know what? Because this one is just like, I'm literally just tracing it. I might as well just go with the brush that's going to be the one used in the final. So I don't have to do this again afterwards. Y'all are such Wimpods. That's a good way to put it. You're trying to make people spit out their cereals, Charon. We're nice to people here. We don't want people spitting out their food. Unless it's poisoned. I hope you didn't poison anyone, Charon. I wouldn't put it past you, though. Oh yeah, the one kind of thing that I don't like about the Unknown redesign is that we made the like central circle 3D, like it was a sphere instead of more of a flat disc, and I think that that's something that I would change. So for this version, I'm definitely going to shade it as a flat disc and not as even at 100% smoothing, I'm still going to struggle with this. Yes, I'm going to shade this as a flat disc and not as a sphere. Lopunny Nesquik cereal. I mean, I drink Nesquik, so it makes sense to me that Lopunny would be the mascot of that one. Let's see. Do we want to do like a big ol' exclamation mark? Maybe not as big. What? Oh, I see. Okay, that the border isn't working, but you found your sketch of the bear unknown. The bear, as in support, to be clear, because we also did some based on the words from the unknown Pokedex, the unknown decks. They had like words that were associated with each one. I really like that one. The final that we did, I don't remember what was the one that you did, Sharon. I don't remember what your idea was. Oh, yours was the Avalugg. Yeah, and we tried that and it looked good, but I think the Torterra that we ended up with is really nice. Is that an exclamation mark unknown? It is not an exclamation mark unknown, it is just an exclamation mark. But, like, I guess we could make it an exclamation mark unknown, but I don't think so. I think it's better to just be an exclamation mark. Yeah, the final was Torterra, yeah. That's pretty much the color that I'm picturing it being. I could also rotate it. I just thought about that. Like, it could be in maybe this position. I don't know. I'll hide this. This could work too. I mean, all four angles probably work. But which one do you like better? Like, obviously, like, this particular drawing was made for this angle, but I can adjust. This looks more like a Wimpod. Well, this is a Wimpod. This is the Wimpod unknown. This is the unknown that looks like Wimpod and is used to represent the word escape, or the concept of escaping. Gano, you like the eye in the bottom right? So here, and we can put the exclamation mark somewhere else that makes sense. Hello, Litton. Welcome. I don't know if you're familiar with my Unknown Ray designs. It also looks like an exclamation mark like this without the exclamation mark having to be there. I like that the exclamation mark, to me, helps add just some color to it, because otherwise it is just essentially a black and white design. So I do like having the exclamation mark there. Does feel more natural for Wimpod to rush downwards than into the sky. That's fair too. Does it not look like an exclamation mark if it's facing this way? Because then the actual exclamation mark can be over here. I think it looks better if it comes after the Pokemon. I'm not familiar, just saw you on your recommended and thought the idea was cool. Yeah, so we're making a bunch of emotes. This is now the 5th emote that we're making. And so this is based on an Unknown Ray design that I did, I don't know, a couple years ago at this point, where the unknown would... there would be one unknown design for every Pokemon, and then each unknown design would represent a specific concept. So this one is the Wimpod unknown, representing the concept of escaping. Bottom left is best. Okay, we can... Yeah, I like this one. This position is good. The version with it going upward, it worked best for the t-shirt, which is... you know, the design that I had here at the beginning. But yeah, for the emote, maybe this one works better. You think it looks less like... You think it looks less like an exclamation mark because of the direction that italic letters are leaning? Wow. Okay. This is the direction that italic letters lean, though. I'm looking for a for a sans serif font that I have that might have italics, but all of the ones that I have on this computer at the moment, they don't have italics, or their italics aren't great. I have way more fonts on my other computer. There. Good enough. This is definitely the right way to lean. All right, I like this. I'll stick with it. I think I need to redraw the circle. Actually, all of the circles, all of the curves, because curves are a pain in the ass to draw. So I'll have to clean them up. But we have an hour and a half left. I want to figure out the last emote, and then we can go back and polish up whichever one you guys want to watch me work on the most. I'll still record finishing up all the other ones, but... So, the last one that we're gonna do is the Arceus redesign emote. And I think that it's another unknown one, right? But I think it doesn't have to be anything besides just the head in like pretty much exactly the pose that this head is in. Maybe with a really simplified like halo of rays to make the shape of the wheel. But I think it's just the head and maybe the halo. And that's it. I don't think it needs anything else. Yeah, I love this Arceus as well. Like it's exactly what I wanted it to be, which is it's always really rewarding when that happens. So I did it again. I have the wrong window active, so I made it zoom for you and not for me. At least this time I realized it. I knew what was happening. Arceus is God tier. I don't know if you're saying that the Pokemon is God tier or if my redesign is God tier, but whatever it is, I appreciate the pun. How much will the channel membership be? It'll be just $1. It's the cheapest I can make it, and it's just so it basically the membership only unlocks well, it gets you into the private Discord that I talked about earlier. Is there a Oh, that's the problem. Okay. Yeah, so it gets you into the channel Discord, the private community Discord, and it gets you the badges and the emotes. And why am I messing up? There you go. That's what I wanted. So yeah, so that's basically all that it is for the membership. I have a Patreon as well, and that has a wider variety of perks. But I wanted to make the channel memberships really simple. So it's an easy way for you to support the channel, and it gives you stuff. It gives you like emotes and stuff to use in streams, which is great. And I think in comments as well. I think you can use them in comments. The badge I know will appear in comments. I'm not entirely sure how it works with the emotes, but that's probably something that I'll have to check later today. Let's flip you so that you face the other way. Oh wow, you look so wonky facing the other way now. I'll have to adjust it, but yeah, that's funny. It looks really wonky. That's a little better. So I put the colors on this one just because I figure it's easier for you guys to see how I mean for it to exist. But this is definitely not how the final will look. What do you think? With the wheel halo or without the wheel halo? I could maybe like move it in a little bit more. With Halo? Okay. I think I just want to move it in a bit just to give it a bit more space. Actually, this side is fine. Yeah. Just so I can make it a tiny bit bigger. I do think, even though I'm going to like render the proper face a little bit more cleanly and more fully, I do think that I'm gonna leave the halo as just this. Like I might redo it just to kind of get the curves a little bit better, but like just brush strokes and not outline it or anything like that. So, do you guys think I need to change anything about this one? Do you think I need to... Like, this Pokemon can't have an expression. The one thing I could, like, maybe do is always give this one a dark background. I said a dark background. Although that'll look weird on light backgrounds and even on dark backgrounds that don't perfectly match the color that I put. So it's a little bit risky. Maybe give it an ellipsis since we already adding punctuation marks. I do want this one to be kind of fairly like expressionless. So I don't know if I will like having an ellipsis on it, but we can try. The thing is that, like, is it even going to be understandable as this is an ellipsis? Bersius is watching. You would put it under the head. Okay, we can try that. But yeah, I feel like this is... Yeah, I don't know. Of course, it really depends on how people actually interpret it. No, I think it has to be over here. Here, it definitely looks like it's supposed to be like part of the halo somehow. It needs to be separate from it. I might use a darker yellow for the halo at least, just to make it stand out more on the white background. Okay, do you guys like the ellipsis? I'm on the fence about it, but I'm not the one who's most likely to be using it. Its face already kind of looks like an ellipsis. I suppose it does. I suppose it does. I think it's more like this. Actually, is there an O with a dot in it? Because that's what I really need. I need an O with a dot in it to make that face. Anyway, you guys like the ellipsis? I assume. It sounds like you guys like the ellipsis. Which means that we now have all of them, like, figured out. Most of them still need polish. So, I'm going to cycle through everything that we have again. I've got a bit over an hour to go, which is great. But you have to tell me... I want you to tell me which one you want to work on the most. Which one you guys want to watch me finish, basically. Because it's probably going to take most of the remaining time to finish just one. Like, maybe I can fit two. But, yeah, so I'm going to cycle through them. You guys let me know which ones you want to do. Not Ice Cube, because Ice Cube's finished. But I figured I would show it to you anyway. But I am now closing Ice Cube. So, then we have Umbreon. Which is pretty much ready to go, like just needs to be colored. But I might want to adjust the eye. Then we have Ralts, which is this one I think is actually like ready to just get the lines on it. There is no part of this drawing that I don't like. So I think it's just final lines, final colors, like just go straight into it. Then there is Psyduck, which is another one that's just super easy because this one is done. It's just lines, colors, shading, done. I don't need to, like, whereas the Umbreon, playing with the eye may take a little while. This one's done. Then there's the member badge, which is the book. This one, I need to do the shape. I need to do the design of the cover. In a different angle, and then transform it into place. But other than that, should be pretty straightforward. Actually, they're all pretty straightforward at this point, to be honest. So maybe it won't take as long. This one I do have to redraw. The unknown I do have to redraw because the curves look really wonky to me. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna make them better, but I'm either gonna have to redraw or like go into liquify. That might work, except that you guys can't watch it. Liquify doesn't get captured by my window capture. And then of course, finally, Arcus. So, Ralts, Umbreon, Psyduck, don't care which one. Any preferences for which one you guys want to see polished up first? In the meantime, I'm going to get myself some water. Nothing else? Alright, well, since all of them are basically just lines, color, shading, done, those don't really need... Like, I don't really need your input. The one that I might want your input in is Umbreon, because I want to change the eye. I want to adjust the eye. And so this is the one where I might want to be like, hey, which one do you think looks better? So let's do this one. Oh, come on, me. Make sure you have the right window selected. The Pokeball is also looking pretty thick to me, so let's redraw the Pokeball and I'll redraw the eye. Thick ball, someone had to say it. Yeah, that's better. It's a little subtler. So the eye. That eye, actually, like, just like that, it won't be as obvious when I color it and put like the highlight over it and stuff, but the eye like this, it really reminds me of like Link's eye, or I guess everyone's eyes in Wind Waker. This is like real Wind Waker eyes. Okay, I definitely like this better. I might still want to adjust the shape of the, like, side of the head, the far side of the head. Psyduck is a platypus? Yes. Yes. Psyduck is definitely a platypus. Both my Psyduck and, like, official Psyduck is still a platypus. Oh, I didn't. The word kappa is getting transformed into into an emoji. Weird. Okay. Yeah, it's like, yes, they still have kappa elements, but in terms of like what animal they are, definitely way more platypus than actual, like, literal duck. Yeah, this is better. Anything else you guys think I need to fix, or are you happy with the way the eye looks and everything? You lost the battle, Charon. Come on. I don't pay you to go around losing battles, you know. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So, how about you? You guys have anything? You forgot that Entei gets Snarl. Alright, Gunnel, thanks for being here. You'll get to see the end results as soon as they're ready. Alright, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and color this then. No objections, no anything. I'm happy with it. So I just have to basically merge all of these into final lines layer. No objections, Kappa. No objections, Ace Attorney. Okay. And no non-Ace Attorney objections either? Oh, come on. That's not the layer I thought I was on. Now let's give it a heart-shaped tongue to finish. I don't think it needs that. Is it going to be shiny? Yes, it is going to be shiny. This one, definitely. Because this one is not just like a generic Umbreon. This is channel mascot. This is Barrett. Barrett, yes, Barrett. Its name is Barrett. Then we need Cloud. I don't know what Barrett you're thinking of, but the Barrett that I'm thinking of is Sid Barrett, who is one of the founding members of British progressive classic rock band Pink Floyd. And yeah, this looks good. And Pink Floyd, one of Pink Floyd's most famous songs is called Shine On You Crazy Diamond. Not only one of their most famous, but my favorite. It's called Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and it's about Syd Barrett, who essentially got addicted to LSD and became so erratic that he was incapable of playing in the band anymore. So it was a big loss for the band. He was still like alive. He died in 2006. So like he stopped being part of Pink Floyd in the 70s. So like he was around for a long time. He just wasn't in a mental state to actually be part of the band. So, all right, the bear that you're thinking of is from Final Fantasy VII. Okay, I have never played any Final Fantasy game, and I know that this is a big failing on my part. But what can you do? Besides, I guess, play the game. I think I'm going to do the same thing I did with Ice Cube on this one. I will counter shade the lines because I definitely need to make like I need to shade most of it as pure black, but I can counter shade the lines to bring back some definition. Especially against darker backgrounds. Ah, crap. I thought I created a new layer, but apparently I didn't. I was shading everything on the base layer. So, here we go. Again. Here's a facial hair Umbreon, just like you wanted. Before I fill it in. I just realized that it looks like the Umbreon has a beard, yes. I wonder why it looked like Umbreon had a beard. I need to make it a little darker. Ooh, okay, I'm definitely gonna have to come up with a lighter color than that. Okay, that looks a little better. But that means I have to also change this layer. Your win-lose ratio now for today, I'm guessing, is 3-2. That sucks. All right, this looks pretty good. I'm just gonna color the lines. No need to overdo it. 27-18 this month. That's pretty good, Sharon. That's pretty good. The other day I listened to an anecdote uploaded by BBC Brazil at 2 times speed and I understood everything. If it was Portuguese of Portugal, I would have understood next to nothing at 2 times speed. Simon Free is the opposite. Because you're Portuguese. Oh, you're Portuguese! I have trouble with Portuguese from Portugal. As I'm sure you know by now. I am Brazilian. But yeah, I struggle with Portuguese from Portugal, for sure. There was one time in an airport that some people from Portugal were talking to me, and I was having trouble. This is kind of terrible. Alright. I think this is it. I don't know if I want to Portuguese people tend to hear Brazilians a lot. Yeah, I'm guessing I mean, I know that Brazilians don't hear Portuguese people a lot, so I'm guessing that it's you have a quite different experience. I wasn't going to shade the rings, but then I realized, or like to put a shadow color in the rings, but then I realized that I kind of have to because of the shadow of the hat, and because it looks weird if it's not without the shading. It looks weird, so I'll just do that. And there, and then that'll look better as well. Actually, I can shade this part as well. Okay, I really like that. I think that looks really good. Just gonna, no, not that color. Just kind of soften the front of the hat a little bit more. There you go. So let's see how it looks in its real size. See if I have to make any adjustments. Okay, I think that looks really good. But let me know if you have any thoughts. I think the counter shading works really well to give it a lot more definition. There's maybe a piece on one of the ears that I need to change because it kind of looks like it has a dent in it. I see that part. Yeah, okay. I think this will, even though it's a little bit weird at this scale, I think this will work, and I think it'll look better. Just notice that I missed just a little corner here. That's it. Okay. Looking at it at full size, that does look much better, and it works both on white background and on black background, so we're good. The Portuguese from Portugal sounds like formal Portuguese to most Brazilians, in a way, for sure. But for me, at least, it's the opposite. Yeah, that makes sense. Because the languages, like, ultimately, they've been diverging for 500 years, right? So, the two, even though they've probably been diverging more significantly for the past 200 years or so. But it's they've been growing apart for a while. So you heard that Greek and Spanish sound similar, but I cannot perceive it very much. Yeah, I can't either. Alright, so with Umbreon done. Cool. Very exciting. Who should be next? I have half an hour, or 40 minutes, to be flexible. Should we do Ralts? Psyduck? The member badge? The unknown? Or Arceus? Simon votes Ralts. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else want to weigh in? Okay, it doesn't matter to you, Didac. So since only one person seems to have an opinion, we'll go with that. Hopefully I can do all of it in the 40 minutes I have. And make sure that I have the right window active. Trying to get your VGC dignity back. Oh, Charon. All right. What are we listening to? It sounds awesome. Band called Zircon. Portuguese has a lot of accents, does it? I actually didn't realize that. I can't say that I'm super familiar with how Portuguese with Portuguese from Portugal. Can't say I'm super familiar. But I didn't realize that there was a wide range of accents. Let me go get a shiny Ralts to get the proper colors. Even though the body is like pinkish, I don't think I'm gonna actually use that. And I guess we'll go with a purple of some kind for the psychic power. Oh, actually, I could shade the white with the kind of pinkish color. That would be a nice, subtle way to use it. Let me grab that again. Let's actually make it a little bit darker than that. That's a pretty cute Ralts. Thanks, Cast Farm. I'm glad you like it. Alright. I'm pretty happy with the way that it's turning out. The colors look good. I'm happy with it. Alright. I just need to put some highlights here and there, but pretty minimal stuff, I think. And then it's time to color the lines. I'm actually going to be ready with this one before 5. All right. Yeah, it's time to color the outlines. Considering how quickly this one's going, I might actually have time for one more. And I'm gonna guess that you guys have no preference over which one I work towards finishing next. But if you do, make sure to let me know. Yeah, with you. You're back to rank 1886. Will I ruin it in the next battle? You won't ruin it. You might lose, but you won't ruin it. Alright, I think that's it for this one. Let's just have a look at the preview. So, is there any part that I desperately need to fix? I guess what I'm noticing with this one is that the head looks really flat on the black background. The head looks really flat on the right. Everything else I think is good. So I think maybe I'll make a darker blue that I can use. Actually, yeah, that wouldn't totally solve it. It might help. I was just like a darker blue that I can use for the outlines. It wouldn't totally help. Maybe I just need to push the head out a little bit more. Maybe it's just that part is too straight. Everything else I'm happy with, but yeah, just like, you see what I'm talking about, right? Like, in the preview, the right side of the head looks like it's just a straight up and down. So, I will make a darker blue. Let's try this. Okay, a bit too saturated. That looks good. Yeah, I think I need to liquefy the lines just a little bit, just like push things out a bit. So please forgive me, you are not going to be able to see this part of the process. Alright, I'm not sure how much of a difference that's going to make, but we'll try it. I might have to push it out a little farther still, but okay. Yeah, it made only a very minimal difference, so I gotta try it some more. Well, I can't even do it that much because it, or can I? Oh, I know, I have space. I have space. I can move everything over. Okay, hopefully that'll be enough. I gotta sharpen the line just a bit. Where's the sharpen tool? There we go. Alright, let's see how this looks. Oh, whoops. I like it. It looks like it's probably better, but it seems I accidentally exported including the background. Let's try this again. Okay, it still doesn't look perfect in the really small one, but it certainly looks better in the intermediate size. So I'm okay with it. We'll go with it. So I have only 15 minutes left. I don't think that that's a significant enough amount of time for me to be able to get through any of the other ones. But yeah, I'm happy with this Ralts, so I'm going to go ahead and close it. It shouldn't take me too long, like, considering how quickly it's gone for the last two. I was able to do both of them in an hour, basically, a little bit more than an hour. It should only take me a couple of hours to finish all of these, so hopefully it won't be too long. Maybe I'll be able to finish all of them by tomorrow. But yeah, so I will have a proper announcement. Yeah, sorry, Didek, we didn't quite get to Sidek today. I will have a proper announcement talking about everything that's included in the channel memberships coming on Friday's video. But depending on how things go, it's possible that I will have the memberships actually live before that. So if you feel like it, you can keep an eye out for when they go live. But officially, it'll be on Friday with along with a video. So it'll be a video celebrating 3rd anniversary of the channel and a few announcements, including the channel memberships. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for these almost 5 hours. 5 hours that often make me super tired afterwards, but today's been a lot of fun. So I think that changing the mode of the art streams to not always necessarily be a redesign. Sometimes it can just be a relaxing drawing stream, and so I think that worked out really well. So thank you again for being here with me, and yeah, I'll see some of you, I hope, for Pokemon Conquest on Wednesday. Hopefully I will be able to do an extra long Conquest stream, but we'll see. All right. Bye, everyone.